Welcome to Metal Gear March, Day 11. Hope you're doing okay. We've got something very special today. We're going to be playing Metal Gear Solid 4, Guns of the Patriots. The first Metal Gear Solid I ever played. The one that got me into the series. The only one that you can't play probably anywhere except for an original PS3. Hoping the Volume 2 of the Master Collection fixes that. But we'll have to see. There's like a 360 port running around over at Konami. They could do it. But anyways, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing okay. Let's get into it. To recap from last stream, we had played as Big Boss after the events of Metal Gear Solid 3, which that game takes place the furthest in the timeline. It's like the first game. You play as Naked Snake before he becomes Big Boss, and of course Big Boss is the main antagonist of the first two Metal Gears. Then Metal Gear Solid happens, we learn Big Boss was his father, was Solid Snake's father, and following that, in Metal Gear Solid 2, we learn that the Patriots have been behind pretty much everything in the series so far. They're the secret organization that nobody knows who's a part of. They kind of run the government from the shadows. And then, of course, MGS3 was supposed to kind of not take place after that. Kojima wanted to leave MGS2 up to interpretation, but Konami really wanted another Metal Gear, so Kojima was like, okay, if I can't end it with MGS2, I'm gonna end it with MGS4. And I'm gonna end it by killing off Solid Snake. Which, as we're gonna see today, is pretty much the last game in the series. You know, in the timeline. This is Solid Snake's last game. So, let's get into it. Oh, by the way, how's the audio? Talking over this so that there's a good discrepancy. All right. Hey, Evangelina. Hello there. Haven't played the game since it came out in the late 2000s. It is a game that is very hard to play nowadays, so I don't blame you. That is a sick start screen. Let's see. This is gonna be my 20th playthrough of this save file. I really hope I can transfer all these saves over if they bring it to PC, because there is a lot of history on this thing. First time I played it on my own PS3 was apparently in 2013. And I think I played like eight of yeah, I played 8 before I updated the PS3 so I could get the achievements. So it's a long time coming, I guess. By the way, my monitor is not working, so I'm only going off of this on OBS for the moment. Solid normal. Let's watch some TV while I fix this. By the way, I'm gonna be talking over the cutscenes in this game since they're way too long. I really like the praying mantis ad, because that's the first one I was exposed to as a child. It made me like question some things about about my humanity. Like, what does this mean? Playing this as like I think I was 7 or something when I played it. So this whole game made me feel weird. Yeah, monitor is still black, not turning on, so... It's a good thing these cutscenes take a while. But I love this intro. Not as much as MGS2, but I think it's still just as iconic. Oh, there's no audio. Oh no. Okay, I guess we're gonna have to restart here. Oh man. I guess maybe the capture card failed? For some reason. But yeah, okay. It's not a stream if there's no technical issues, right? Okay, let's restart that. See if that fixes anything. I guess I should have noticed when the screen went black. But yeah. Oh. Okay. My monitor's working again. Game did not... In a way, MGS4 is the last in the series, canonically, but if you count Rising, then that's the last one. Yeah. I like to think that Rising is the last Metal Gear, furthest along. Most people seem to think that it's not, because it's not a Kojima game, which I think is just silly. But in terms of Solid Snake, this is his last game. And of course, Raiden carries on the mantle, like always. So I guess it's not too bad for Raiden, you know? So this is your most played MGS game you have played. You could say that, you know? Only... I think 27? Yeah, 27 playthroughs on this PS3. And then I played it a whole bunch way back on my mom's boyfriend's PS3 when this came out. And that was like in 2009 or something, 2008. So, yeah. This is by far, one of my favorites. Peace Walker's my favorite. But on the totem pole, this one comes second. Okay. Since we watched those TV... Oh, this is the one.
Meal, easy on the heart, but good, filling. Has a nice taste to it.
This commercial scared me as a kid.
Yeah, and if he says it's filling, you know it's filling. Believe me, he ain't lying. This guy doesn't joke around about his food. Oh no, he is dead serious. And I'm sure it tastes delicious. It certainly smells fantastic.
You gotta be good to your body, you know? Loyal to your body. To the people you're cooking for. The whole family.
Oh yes, to the whole family. Or if you have a significant other that you want to impress, ladies, are you paying attention? You know what they say about a man's stomach.
That Komodo dragon on the left there. I had no idea what it was as a kid. So it made my imagination run wild. And I was very afraid to go to sleep.
Tasty.
Yeah, made it for my wife last night.
Ah, and did she love it?
She was mad because I hadn't made it for her sooner.
She was mad? How could you get mad about food? Women, right?
Sure.
Well, no, I was just kidding. Susan is a great woman. Love her. Wait a minute. It looks like, yes, we are now ready for the ceremonial snake cutting.
I wonder what he means by this.
We need a member of the audience to come on down and test out the chef's new knife.
Come on down, Chief. Don't be shy. I don't bite, but this guy might. This is the
What is the metaphor here?
in this snake's life.
Yeah, this one I thought was actually pretty cool.
I spy with my little eye a thing that goes bump in the night nearby. A sense of duty when the risks run high. The scum who wishes they didn't try. Wakey, wakey. Praying mantis unmanned surveillance systems.
Okay, a quick explanation for the TV. You can skip those. You just have to sit there and watch them. Which, as a kid, got me wondering, oh, this is a video game. Why am I watching TV? But essentially, these were all outsourced to a studio in LA back when they were making this game. And these commercials are supposed to show you a glimpse of what's going on in the real world during this game. You know, everything revolves around war, the war economy. There's commercials for PMCs just on TV. The whole world revolves around war and its consumption of life. So the Bombshell Bunker cooking show is like, oh, cooking in a war zone. The praying mantis commercial is a commercial for the praying mantis PMC. The octopus commercial is supposed to show a nature documentary type show. But, you know, if you saw at the bottom and like popping up during the screen, there's a whole bunch of info stocks revolving around war. So even in something as simple as a nature documentary, they're still implementing a way to show off the war economy. And the commercial with the nuns, I think it was the Pure Armament, something like that. It's the French one, I think. So yeah, very interesting. Very interesting when you look at the lore behind what it's supposed to show. Hopefully the audio is working and it's not too loud or too low. But the love theme is, oh. The audio's good? Okay. Thank you for letting me know. It's good that it's working this time.
War has changed. It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine
War has changed. ID tag soldiers carry ID tagged weapons, use ID tag gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control, battlefield control. Everything is monitored and kept under control. War has changed. The age of deterrence has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history. War has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Beautiful transition. Alright, let's try and remember some controls here. I think I'm used to portable ops by now, so I want to press the face buttons to change the camera. But yeah, isn't that some intro? Straight into a war zone. Playing this on the PS3 controller. It's like the only one I have from more than 10 years ago. So...
The truck, Snake. Try going
oh yeah, it just automatically does it. The controller is kind of failing me, so I might make some movements here and there that might not make sense. War. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. I'm gonna take a page out of
Chopper! We're surrounded! Damn it, they've got us surrounded! We're being followed!
what's that guy from Rising? Red Sun. You know that guy. I'm gonna take a page out of him and be like, give war a chance. Hey, what's going on, Gaming Montel? Gaming Montel. We're just playing some Metal Gear Solid 4. I would go into the whole war thing, but you know, there's cutscenes and cutscenes and cutscenes. But we'll have time for this later. Oh, this section. This cutscene made me question as a kid. Like, the commercials at the front were like, that's kind of weird. Like, this isn't real life. But then this cutscene made me go, what do you mean? What does that mean?
Hit him hard!
You know what I mean? Why are they mooing? And there's actually a very good explanation for that. Okay, let's see if we can get through this
Head
section.
north, and try not to run into any gecko along the way.
Yeah, the gecko. First confirmed mention of their name. Usually one drops here. So that's already kind of weird. But yeah. The cicadas. The mooing. It's like so out there that as a kid I was like, what is going on? Like that doesn't make any sense. So very good explanation for that later on. Actually, I don't even think they mention it, but I know why, so I'll explain it. Also, we can crouch walk in this one, so immediately that's another 5 points for me. Ah! Hey, Eric. Hey, man, what's up? How are you guys? I'm doing pretty good. Not as good as Snake is gonna be in a moment here. Old Snake. No place for Hideo. You think that's a reference to what was gonna happen to him in a couple years with Phantom Pain? You think he saw the writing on the wall? Title drop. All right, how was that? That's our first set of cutscenes done. Now we've just got the whole introductory set of cutscenes, and then the codec call, and then we can actually start playing the game. But yeah, it's a feature, not a bug. None much, and yeah, love this game. Yeah, I really love this game too. It's a shame that it's such a good game. You know, there's a lot of thought put into it, into the story, the gameplay, and everything. Let's see, which one do I want to save over? Let's do that one. It's such a good game, and the only way to play it is on the PS3. So I think that's a travesty. Like that's so bad, you know? Hopefully Volume 2 of the Master Collection involves this game, so we can finally play it on other platforms. But yeah, this is like the only game that you can only play on one console. So that sucks. But I guess it is what it is, right? This game is built around the PS3. So transferring it to another console, another platform, would take a whole lot of work. But I heard there's a 360 port of MGS4 that they were going to ship, but, you know, since the PS3 uses Blu-ray discs, they have the 50 gigabytes or something on one disc, whereas the 360 only used regular DVDs. They would have had to put like 5 or 6 DVDs into one case for MGS4 on the 360. So Konami was like, yeah, it's not worth the cost. So here we are. Almost 20 years later. And still only on the PS3. So, yeah. Hopefully that changes in the future. What you said reminded me of a wrestling song that goes like, "Don't you see the writing on the wall? You're way over your head. You're gonna turn into the things that you said." What an intro. I'm doing great. I was just playing The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, the game. Ah. Don't know a lot about Lord of the Rings. Never seen any of the movies, actually. So you're gonna have to fill me in. But yeah. We're gonna be here for a while. And we're 40 minutes in. And we're still just at the beginning. So this is going to be interesting. I like to think that Snake read over Big Boss's file, and that's why he's here. Like, MGS3, the game, was kind of Snake trying to relive the events of what Big Boss went through. Which is why we have the flashbacks and stuff. But I think that's just headcanon.
Snake, we've got to go. You've got an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon. The test results.
Proteome analysis was positive, but the mRNA analysis turned up negative. Wrinkled skin, the hardened arteries. Your early aging symptoms look like classic Werner syndrome. But none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So,
Well, judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say
a year at best, right?
yeah. Snake, let's try another doctor.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
Naomi.
Ah, Snake.
Colonel,
Campbell.
good to see you.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The Analysis and Assessment Staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work. We found him. In the Middle East.
What?
I'll explain along the way. We've got to stop him. Now. Before it's too late.
Liquid's made his move. We found him.
He's preparing to unleash his insurrection. Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
Now, why would Liquid be in the Middle East? That is a good question. I also like to think that they put Colonel Campbell in the flesh here, so that people who were like, "Oh, the Colonel in MGS2 never really existed," so that means he never really existed in MGS1. I guess for those people, they were like, "Okay, he actually is real." We have to kind of patch some holes into the interpretation wall, let's say, that MGS2 left off with. Remember when Otacon says to Snake, "Hold it, Snake. Time to change the disc." I know, it's a pain. But you need to swap disc 1 to disc 2. You see the disc labeled 2? I can do a better Snake than that. No. I'm not gonna ruin my voice by doing the gravelly stuff again. No, huh? Oh wait, we're on PlayStation 3. It's a Blu-ray disc, dual layer too. No need to swap. Damn it, Otacon, get a grip. Yeah, what an age we live in, huh, Snake? Wonder what they'll think of next. First time I encountered that as a kid, I was like, hurry, get the game case. We need to find disc 2. And then the rest of the codec played. I was like, oh, okay, never mind. Never mind then. And then I just played like normally. But yeah. Again, a lot of PS3 related stuff. They're gonna have to change that if they they bring it back for Volume 2. Otacon is Solid Snake's real homie and his most trusted friend. He sure is. And it's a shame that there's only one guy he can trust. He's a sad, lonely man. The eggs are very symbolic, so remember that. One yolk was all broken.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
What's the situation?
I'm just inside the city limits. This place is crawling with lizards.
Ah, AT Corps' unmanned bipedal weapons. Officially designated Irving by the U.S.
Irving is a terrible name for those.
Like wildfire among the PMCs. There are more of those things now in service than tanks. They've got tough armor plating and are highly agile to boot. Your best bet is to stay out of their sights.
Unmanned. Pretty soon they'll have put living, breathing soldiers out of work.
Even so, that's an awful lot of gecko for this scenario. Their numbers exceed the war price for that region. It must have something to do with Liquid's arrival on the scene.
You really think he's here?
You'll have to find the Army's operatives and ask them yourself. Oh, and Snake, I went ahead and used the Mark II to scout out the area before your arrival. You'll find it up ahead.
Mark II?
It's a remote mobile terminal. Sonny and I built it. The Mark II will provide you with a map of the area as well as any battle situation data. You should find it before you do anything else.
Okay, got it.
The rendezvous point is marked on your map. I'll be waiting for you there.
Now we can play. Octocamo, an advanced camouflage suit inspired by the mimicry ability of the octopus. Which is why they showed that nature doc at the beginning. If the wearer lies still or doesn't move when pressed up against the wall, the suit can imitate the color and texture of wall and ground surfaces, fooling both the naked eye and infrared sensors. So if we just go up against something, or lie down, the camo will change. Which is a way better system than what they got in MGS3. Where you have to go into the menu and then switch out your camo very slowly. You still have to do that sometimes, but at least for the most part, you can just do that. Oh, I always hate this cutscene. One of the few unskippable ones in this game. But if you shoot into the wall here, they'll go on alert, and then the cutscene won't play. So that's a very good tip for run.
Whenever possible. In this war, neither side is your enemy. There's no point whatsoever in you getting into a fight. Got it?
I'm gonna try and crawl around this game. I'm not gonna do a no alert run. I can actually pull off non-lethal, so let's try and not kill anybody.
Please don't shoot!
But I'm gonna try and be stealthy. War, man, right? There we go. I guess if you don't just slam the guy into the ground, they will still get up. But most of the time, the slam feature is still in there. And I think it's only one slam to knock them out. So, very useful. Also, you might notice that Snake is using CQC now.
Snake, press the crawl button while running to execute a roll. Rolling can help you dodge enemy attacks and get past small gaps and obstacles.
There's a very good reason for that. I think they explain it. But, But yeah, now Snake is like throwing guys down using CQC and stuff. In universe, it's because, you know, he read Big Boss's file. He learned something about MGS3 that he was like, oh, that's not Big Boss. That's not the Big Boss I knew. So he started using it. But out of universe, they only really developed CQC in MGS3. So going forward from that game is when they started implementing it. Okay, there we go. Oh. We've got our first appearance of the Mark II here.
It's me, Snake. Snake, it's me.
Huh? Otacon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snake. Allow me to introduce Metal Gear Mark II.
Metal Gear.
That's right. Just like Rex. But this gear's not a weapon. It's a remote mobile terminal designed to provide you with operational support.
Where are you?
I'm in the Nomad. Where else? I'll be watching you through the Mark II.
Wish I was good with gadgets.
Hey, I'll be with you in spirit. Anyway, because you had to dress up as a militiaman, I had the Mark II bring you some goodies. Starting with this. Put it on your left eye.
Looks like an eye patch.
I call it the Solid Eye. It's an all-purpose goggle that displays radar images and other data in 3D. You can also switch it over to light-amplifying night vision.
The rebels are out there.
It looks like they've got the government's PMC troops beat, at least in numbers.
And this is their home turf.
Snake, I know this is a sneaking mission, but you'll need to protect yourself.
An operator.
I installed a suppressor. And here's a tranquilizer gun.
How thoughtful.
It predates the implementation of the system. By some miracle, it
The
was never
system
recycled.
is mine.
It's getting tough these days finding decent guns that aren't controlled.
You coming?
Of course. I'll follow you wherever you go, like this. I'll activate stealth so it doesn't attract any attention. If you need it, just bring up the start button menu.
Got it.
Snake, The informants who said they saw liquid here should be a little further up. Head for the rendezvous point. I've placed a mark on the radar in the upper right corner of the solid eye. It's a war zone out there. Stay on your toes.
A real big boss, huh? Mark II pistol. This is our tranquilizer gun. Operator, it's just your average pistol. Solid eye, an all-purpose goggle that combines the functions of several optical devices and supplies the wearer with a variety of tactical data. The organization to which the soldier or attack vehicle belongs is displayed in colored text. Blue text represents an ally. A color closer to red represents a hostile target. And Metal Gear Mark II, a remote mobile terminal that follows Snake around, providing mission support.
Snake, it's kind of a schlep, but I've sent you data on an alternate route. Follow the mark on your radar.
Alright. So, since we got to the Mark II, now we actually have all our weapons and stuff. So, let me reorganize this a bit. We need... I think we only need the trank for this section. Following this, on Act 2, is where we'll need the M82 and the stun grenades and stuff. But we're gonna do we're gonna show off the beauty photo section. So we might not need that. But yeah, actual gameplay now. Oh, I should put on the face camo. Yeah, you get that from Laughing Octopus, and it increases your camo index. Very useful when you're doing a no alert run. But yeah, how's this, right? The closest we got to this type of gameplay was MGS3, but now it's just off the wall, sneaking in a war zone. Very, very different to the other games. But actually, you know, as a kid, it's what really captivated me. So if it wasn't for that, I don't know if I would have been playing these other games. Something to think about. Unless the people who played Portable Ops will see that Roy Campbell meets a young big boss. From what I remember, most people didn't even play Peace Walker. So, I would assume most people did not even know Portable Ops was a thing. I know I didn't. I thought Portable Ops Plus was like the only one.
It's pretty dark in there. Switch the solid eye to night vision mode.
This is where we're going to change into our disguise. What's up?
What are you doing here?
There's certain disguises that you can pick up in the sections with the other faction. And they're very useful when you encounter them.
It's you.
But this is the costume that Snake was wearing on the intro that he lost with the gecko. Hey!
It's you.
You can win over their trust if you shoot the PMC soldiers while they're looking at you, so they know, oh, you're a good guy, and then you can just walk around here. But if you're doing no kill, or actually, I think you can still knock them out as long as they see you attack the PMC, but it's just easier to equip the disguise.
What's going on?
But you don't really get to pick it up until the end of the section, so lots of stealth, or, you know, win them over to your side. That also works. I also just remembered, I never explained the gecko thing.
It's you.
So, I think the disguise is in this one, just for future reference. But the gecko thing kind of threw me for a loop for a while, until I looked it up, and apparently it goes way deeper than just a robot that moves, you know.
So that's where you
The concept behind the gecko is that AT Core, which is the main arms manufacturer in Metal Gear, they were renamed from that one company in MGS1 with the president that made Rex. It's that same company, but they made the gecko because, you know, it's part of the system, SOP, there's a lot to cover. But essentially, they moo and, you know, they play the sounds of the cicada because in a war zone, you're very stressed out, right? Being shot at, shooting other people, very stressful. So, the thought process is, if we play sounds of, like, fields and distant places, very peaceful places, that will lower the soldiers' alertness level. They'll feel like they're at home, so they'll let down their guard, which then allows the gecko to actually have the advantage and go after the soldiers. If you lower down your guard, you're a much more vulnerable target. So the moos and the cicada are supposed to relax you so that you're a bigger target. I hope I explained that well. But it's the kind of thing that, you know, who thinks of that? Who would make a robot emit sounds that would give it the advantage in a battlefield? You know, who thinks of stuff like that? It makes sense in universe. So, very interesting.
Pretty sweet, huh? Whoa, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
You're not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
I'm a weapons wholesaler. All shapes, all sizes. But there's no need to worry, because all my shit's been laundered.
Laundered?
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Drebin.
Drebin.
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you.
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Drebin number 893. You ain't a registered PMC employee, are you? You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4, the official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up sight, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older.
Generation.
Sometimes they don't really jive with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa, slow down. Oh, yeah. My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army. I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on him, Otacon?
I don't particularly like the guy, but it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Drebin, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Drebin's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Drebin would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Remember that. That's going to be very important for later.
Drebin's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax, it won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside.
Boo.
And now, it fires.
There you see? No problem.
My psyche went up.
From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. And the fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
Oh man, look at that door texture. Looks like it's in 480 or something. Probably with all the polygons in Snake, you kind of need to lower the resolution like that.
I know what you're thinking, but Drebin does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Drebin both mentioned something about a
What
war price
is it
earlier.
good for?
What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly intense and prolonged, the war price goes up. No doubt Drebin's rates are linked to that war price. The longer and bloodier a battle becomes, the higher service prices are going to get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Drebin from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with him. I'm adding a Drebin menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Drebin. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Drebin for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Drebin has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now go meet up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
Oh man. 20-minute cutscene to essentially explain you can buy guns and ammo from Drebin. All that for essentially that.
Snake,
but
hurry and get to the rendezvous point with our informants. First, you'll have to get to the other side of that collapsed building. The only way across is straight through.
To boil it down, pretty much what that whole cutscene was explaining was, if you find guns on the ground like this, if you don't have it, it'll add to your inventory. But if you do have it, you'll sell it to Drebin for points. And the first time you collect any weapon on the battlefield, like all of these, they'll have this thing called locked. It'll show that it's locked and you can't use it. Because, you know, you're not really authorized to shoot that gun because of the nanomachines, right? So Drebin gives you points for any guns you sell to him, and you can use those points to unlock the gun. And once you unlock it, you can just use it like normally. So it's a pretty cool system. I have heard that the whole Drebin mechanic is kind of overpowered. And I guess it is kind of true. Granted, when I played this, had not played any other Metal Gears, so I thought, oh, I can buy guns and ammo from this guy when I don't have any. That's pretty cool. But I've heard it makes the game way easier, which it kind of does. In the other games, you kind of just had to find ammo, find the guns, but now you can just kind of play badly and still get through the game.
Walls could come down any second.
So it's a good thing and a bad thing, but I really like it. I think it's a good thing that they never brought it back for the other games, but it's nice to have it in this one. But man, did they really need to put in such a long cutscene to explain all that? And the psych thing, you know, when Snake gets reminded that he's old now, he kind of, you know, loses some psych. I would too. But that's a fun mechanic. Old Snake is the best Snake. Yeah, more cutscene. I was gonna say something else, but never mind. I wonder who that guy could be.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Stop!
No.
Stop right there!
No!
Get back here!
Yeah, forget the box. It's all about the barrel now. To think, a joke character for a throwaway line in the first game
Hurry to the rendezvous point.
made it all the way here. You know what? Yeah, let's keep the Octo camo. Because if we wear the disguise, we're gonna get lit up by the PMC.
Help me out here! Over here! Form up!
What's up, hero? 9,000. Lol. That was funny even back then.
The rendezvous point is just up ahead. Back me up. Roger that. Okay.
It's got that childish charm to it.
Snake, watch out.
Move!
That area is covered by PMC snipers. Boy, this is gonna be tough. If only you could find a route that takes.
They don't make games like they used to, you know?
All together.
If they added that into a modern game. Imagine adding in a character like that to Modern Warfare 4 or something. Like, oh, the amount of controversy that would produce. And then again, those games thrive off controversy. So maybe that's what they need, a little comedy. What's up, Grounded? Sorry I didn't remember who you were yesterday. But, yeah, you were there during the time I played Subnautica. So, welcome back. Grounded, grounded, grounded. Most people didn't play Peace Walker since it was released on the PSP originally. Yeah. And I heard that's the reason why they don't have cause on the cover for Ground Zeroes in North America. Because I think the Japanese cover has Big Boss and Cause and someone else. But in North America, they were like, oh, we really shouldn't put Cause on the cover since it was kind of a game nobody played. No one's gonna know who this character is. Oh no! I forgot about that guy. Alright, let's just book it. I should wear the metal camo for this. This is one of those DLC camos that you can't get anymore. But if you really try, there's a way. But yeah, I heard that's why he's not on the cover. And when they released the cover, there was a huge outcry of like, why is Kaz not on the cover? And Kojima was like, oh, I guess people actually did play Peace Walker. I mean, I guess it helps that they released the HD collection. I think I mention this every time I play this section to my friends and on stream. But I played this section a lot as a kid. I got lost in this building. And because of that, I think I like developed some sort of like aversion to this place. Like I find it very luminal. Isn't that a popular word these days? But I don't know, there's something about the lighting and the lack of people in this huge open space and the amount of objects that are in here. And I guess the war zone going on, the war going on outside always made me feel uncomfortable walking around in this place. And for some reason, at the destination here, yeah, we're supposed to go through that door. And after this, after the whole cutscene plays out and everything, we exit through this door and go back down the building. But I remember as a kid, I remember going through the other side of the hallway. There was some... either I'm misremembering, or... you know, something more sinister. Oh, the Patriots are making me remember different things. But I remember going down through that hallway and then going into the cutscene here. And one time, like a separate playthrough, I thought, oh, wouldn't it be fun if I go the same way that we go out? And I come to find out that this hallway is blocked. So I'm probably misremembering this. But it's very interesting to think about where this big boss camo for no reason.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
All right. Here.
Easy now. Don't move.
You haven't even taken the safety off, rookie.
Careful, I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
Did you ever survive 10 years?
Don't move! CQC. Real big boss, huh? Lower your weapon! Slowly now. I wouldn't try anything funny if I were you.
Fox.
Snake? Snake?
Meryl!
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
I don't like to talk about it.
God.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
And you must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander! Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
First hounds, now rats. Here, you can have this back. What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
This guy really does not get a break.
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor. Maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this O1 unit.
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. The sleeping giant is Jonathan. Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back.
Ed and Jonathan are very underutilized in the story.
Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared. You quit the unit. Me? I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor.
Oh, look at that
I'm
glare.
here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC.
Yeah, I think this is where we get the explanation of the system.
Nanomachines injected into their bodies for that purpose.
The system is mine. Your
The
guns and your
nanomachines keep
weapons
track
are
of the
no
soldiers
longer
and
your
their
own.
real-time personal data, 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee.
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
The Lale Lule Low?
No. What are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught...
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
Didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell.
Yeah.
He put you up to this?
You didn't know.
You gotta be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
This is bullshit! He's not my father.
Meryl. So, you knew.
Yeah. Little violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter. Men. Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Commander.
What is it?
It's the frogs.
And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the frog.
His private troops.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault? Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't my fault, I swear! It wasn't my fault! Oh, man. Oh, look,
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me. Eye contact. These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
Got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
Buttery smooth. All right. Weird how Meryl was able to calm down thanks to the system. Weird how Johnny still is freaking out. Makes you wonder, right? Let's get rid of this big boss camo, because it's making me uncomfortable. But yeah, the frogs. There's a codec call I think you can make here, and Otacon is like, oh, the frogs, the tech that they're using must be like an evolution of the Tengu from MGS2. How Liquid got his hands on it, you know, who knows? But all the frogs are kind of female soldiers. Because as Sniper Wolf puts it, female soldiers are kind of like a cut above male soldiers, which is actually kind of true in real life. But anyways, we're gonna have a whole mess of a time waiting for those trinks to activate, and those frogs will fall to their deaths. Which, according to the game, is not our fault. We put them to sleep. What's up, Akiba? First a cardboard box, then a bucket in Metal Gear 2, and now a barrel? Now I've seen it all. Yeah, actually very useful. The barrel in this section in particular. Why is... There we go. Oh, no! Oh, no! Yeah, the barrel is actually very similar to the bucket. It's not bulletproof. Well, it kind of is, but... it does come in handy. You can roll in it, which is pretty cool compared to just sneaking around in the box. But yeah, let's prepare this for right now. We might also need the Muna syringe for way later. Do I want to use the bandana? I usually play with it so I can make sure all my weapons are topped off. But yeah, let's actually not use it. I think using the metal camo is already kind of like cheating. Even after all this time, Meryl still cares about Snake. That's the sad part, you know? Knowing that the real canon ending to MGS1 is a mix of Otacon and Meryl getting out. And knowing that for some reason Snake kind of gives up on Meryl and decides to continue fighting with Otacon. It is kind of sad that after all that he's done, Meryl still kind of still thinks of Snake. And Snake is just like, ugh. War has changed. And he's still fighting. Then again, Meryl is still fighting too, but Snake kind of just left. Then again, can you really blame Snake?
What?
Alright. That's a pro tip. If you roll into them while they are all synchronized, you skip like this super long animation of them like peeking around the corner and being all tactical, and it saves a lot of time if you just roll into them and have Johnny, you know, have to go change his pants. All right. Barrel time.
Snake, Akiba's been knocked out.
There's usually more frogs here. Hey. And that classic Johnny pose. Yeah, very good. Very good technique for big boss runs. Meryl really is getting lit up. All right, the music's died down. Time for phase 2. You can hear them snoring in the background.
Akiba, get over here!
Where did they get that contraption? I really am playing a lot worse than I usually do. Usually you can get through these sections without using any rations at all. But I do like to play carelessly. I'm surprised Meryl isn't dead yet. You know, considering all the damage she's taken. Let's see. Oh yeah, no, she's like fully healed. Okay. I guess I'm just used to higher difficulties. But yeah, that's this whole section. Just shooting a lot of the frogs. And we're done. If you don't kill any of them, you get the figure at the end here, which is very useful for the solar gun. And the solar gun is very useful for Vamp. But we'll talk about that later.
Hey.
Jump already!
We're just joshing around.
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Can you see what I see?
System too.
With SOP, my team can literally operate as one. Well, except for a certain someone who's not much of a team player. So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be all right?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I can still get around.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
Akiba! One man's blunder can compromise the whole team.
I'm sorry, Commander.
Be careful, Snake.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question. They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so? That geek kid, Akiba, he was really starting to lose it.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's personality traits.
And that big guy, he didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, Liquid should be there.
Okay, time to head for the surface.
Okay, time to head for the surface. Figure would be right here. But yeah, those frogs, when you kill them, they kind of like combust, turn into blue flames. I think that has to do with the nanomachines. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's because they're like elite soldiers. They don't want their body or their equipment to be left behind after they're dead. So it's a cool concept, at the very least. And if you kill the Beauty and the Beast unit, you know, the same thing kind of happens. It's kind of like the cyanide pill thing, you know, but to a much more dramatic extent. Who are the Patriots? Who are the Patriots? La 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 lo. Oh no. Oh yeah, my camo is in the negatives. I forgot to explain that whole cutscene with Meryl. But I think essentially what they were trying to say was because of the system, war has become routine. The soldiers are all under surveillance, so what you see helps everyone else. And of course the pain, the fear, the fury, the rage, sorry. And all the emotions that you would feel during war are just kind of not there because of the nanomachines. And AT Core, which is essentially the public-facing front of the Patriots, has implemented this system globally. So if you want to fight in the war, which is the main way to I guess the main way to make money is the simplest way to say it. You have to introduce your soldiers into the system, which, once you're under the system, means that you're under the Patriots' control. And since everyone has nanomachines, they can't say Patriot, they can only say la-le-lu-le-lo. And even the phrase la-le-lu-le-lo is interesting from a Japanese perspective. Because it is literally just gibberish. It's nonsensical. But that's another topic. And the ID guns, you know, you can't use your gun unless you're part of the system. Honestly amazing that Snake was not seen, like, at all. Just hiding behind this trash can, this dumpster. But free guns! These boys won't be using them. I think I missed an RPG here. No, I guess not. Okay. But if you start gunning down soldiers, start getting into lots of alerts, those guns fetch a nice price. Ah, I'll buy it at a high price. But this is the last gameplay section until we end the act. Go. That kind of helps, actually. I was gonna go through the building and everything, but this works. There's like a suppressor for the M4 in there and everything. But we've got more cutscenes to watch. We can't be wasting our time playing the game. Oh, get juked. Okay, and this is it. That's the end of Act 1. Oh. I think I'm gonna be skipping the briefing in between the acts, just because it's a lot of talking, and all they do is really build on what's happened. Not really that important. And it takes forever.
Hey you, get over here. Yes? We're having connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here.
Activate it. Liquid Ocelot. I knew it.
I knew it. Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
Activate it.
What?
What? What? What?
So easy. But these results... refreshing. Don't you think?
It's been too long.
Liquid.
Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. We are free of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother. We are free! Watch, Snake. Watch as I surpass my own origin.
Naomi?
Naomi.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go. Fulfill your destiny.
Liquid ocelot? More like liquid dripsalot. Haha. Always remember that meme here. I think the joke I made last year was that when you refer to ocelots, you call them they, them, because he is literally two guys. I thought that was kind of funny. Alright, and that's Act 1. 2 hours and 5 minutes. Just to get through that one section. 0 continues, 3 alerts, 0 kills, 3 recovery items. Ooh. That's gonna leave a mark. And 40 million Drebin points. Man, putting those Drebin points to good use, am I right? We're gonna skip the briefing, because like I said, it takes a while. It's not really that important. And, yeah, we're gonna be watching a lot of cutscenes, so the more I can play the game, I think the better. We haven't saved since the opening. But let's see how far we get into Act 2. Because, I'm actually feeling a little tired. I started the stream off late. Because I figured, we're gonna be watching a whole bunch of cutscenes, I might as well make dinner now. So I can eat, in between the gameplay. Which I have been doing. I've got my bowl of chickpea curry and rice.
2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 15, 97, 95, 84.
I thought those egg predictions were kind of creepy. And I still do kind of think they're creepy, but like in a good way. Also, there's Sunny. And picture of Olga. That's very useful. Very useful information in terms of knowing who this is. But yeah, the eggs are very symbolic and very creepy, and I like that. Wish more media would make things creepy and like up for interpretation. That would be nice. I know a lot of the new Star Wars stuff like really explains what's going on to you, so that you don't lose the plot. They don't trust the audience. But yeah, Act 2, Solid Sun. And I think Kojima is on the opposite end of that spectrum. He trusts his audience completely to understand exactly what he's talking about. And,
Colonel.
Are you guys still there? The stream doesn't seem to... Okay. It just caught up, I think. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Lost connection there for a bit, but we're back. This really is the longest cutscene in MGS history. Let me tell you, the epilogue, I think... I don't know if it still does. It used to hold the world record for the longest cutscene ever. So that's going to be fun to watch. I'm back. I was going to say what I missed, but I can imagine a lot, huh? Welcome back, Eric. Actually, not that much, to be honest. All you missed was Snake sneakily making his way through the war zone, and Meryl explaining the system and everything, and Liquid Ocelot is literally two people, so you call them they, them. But other than that, not much. And we've been going for 2.5 hours, so that's good. And Kojima wanted to leave MGS at MGS2, but fans wanted more MGS games. Yeah. This game is what happens when you're not allowed to kill something that you think should be finished. And if he did if he did finish with MGS2, just killing the franchise then and there, we would not have gotten MGS3, which is a lot of people's favorite game. And I would not have played MGS4, which got me into the other games. So, I don't know. That is a tough thing to... That's a tough thing to justify, you know? Anyways, let us continue.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems and then using them to manipulate the economy and information.
Got a centipede.
For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solidus feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
Solidus.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, A new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nano-machine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nano-machines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it.
Phil Lamar.
Isn't here.
Leave one.
Chat, am I cooked?
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon, what the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kinda based it on some design Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry, I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
I didn't see that coming. An Emmerich stealing technology?
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north.
All right. Usually here, I would pull out the sniper with the suppressor and just start gunning people down. But this is a non-lethal run. So we have to... trank these guys. Yeah, so that the militia will get up.
We got company.
There we go. They'll break down this door that we can't get into otherwise. And... start gunning all these sleeping soldiers.
Suppressing fire.
Create a little diversion on the battlefield.
Careful.
Get out of here.
Back me up.
It's you.
Yeah, and then from here is where you'd get the Muna and the disguise for the section. So it is kind of useful to let these guys out.
What happened?
All right, let's start sneaking. By the way,
Oh, it was you.
yeah, Laughing Octopus just told these guys that, oh, Snake is the one who killed your comrades. And out of all the times that I've played this game, I've never once ran into the issue that the militia guys are, like, actually attacking me. So I don't know if that's just a story thing, you know, not an actual gameplay mechanic. Or by helping these guys up, you kind of negate that and bring them over to your side. So, something interesting.
What's going on? The enemy's attacking.
Alright. I'm gonna play this game soon, not just for the story and Solid Snake, but also because of Raiden Vamp and Beauty and the Beast. Yeah, this is a fun game. I think in terms of mechanics, it's bar none than Phantom Pain. If they had to dive, I think, you know, this would give it a run for its money. But it is really fun. Yeah, and we've taken out all the PMC soldiers here. A call.
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle, end up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Rose?
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Raiden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside. Meryl wanted to make a comeback, a difference. We can't all be as strong as you, Snake. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
So the implication is that the Colonel and Rosemary were real, and that Foxhound was still around at that point, you know, officially or something, and that Rosemary was in charge of Raiden's save files, you know? So I think the implication with all of this information is that at some point during the mission, the real Colonel and the real Rosemary were replaced with the AI of GW. I think.
Who? What are you doing here? What?
That might not be the implication, but I think that's the retcon that happens with this.
Is someone there? What's going on?
So as of MGS2, you could interpret that they were never real. They were never real? Never really real? They were really, really real. But since Kojima had to follow up that game with an actual way to end the series, that did happen to some extent.
Who is this? Snake. That voice. There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance. Is this Jack? Jack is dead. Snake. I'm at your side. Wait.
And we would have not gotten MGS Peace Walker, my 7th favorite MGS game.
Oh, it was you.
Yeah.
The rendezvous point is just up ahead. Over there.
So many great games, and by that extent, you know, we would have never gotten Phantom Pain. We would have never gotten Rising. Can you imagine that? A world without Rising. I was gonna say something, but I didn't know how to word it. If liking Metal Gear Rising Revengeance is a bad thing, then I don't want to be right. That's a better way of putting it. I will say, this whole gameplay section is a lot better than the first act. At least I think so. The first act, you kind of get interrupted a whole bunch by codec calls and cutscenes, and you do kind of get interrupted a lot here. But I think you have a little bit more freedom. You can definitely just wander around this place and collect a whole bunch of goodies. Like, I think there's a Stinger missile up there. You can go into this building and blow up the power, and that, like, I think automatically wins the match for the militia. Or not the match, but the area for the militia. So after the cutscene here, we don't have to worry about the PMC soldiers wandering around. And I think there's like a power line or something you can climb over to get to the other side. And there's like grenades and stuff in the building. There's a nice little Drebin Point farm that you can set up on like the section here. There's a lot to do compared to that first act. So I usually like playing this section. And granted, the next act is very one-sided. and Shadow Moses is kind of like directing you towards the end. There's nothing really to interact with. And the final act is kind of just a whole bunch of cutscenes. So this is really where the gameplay shines. At least I think so in terms of this game. Well, let's watch another cutscene. Yes, I love cutscenes. Metal Gear Solid 4 mentioned. Raw. What is gameplay?
Yo, over here. You. Come on, hop in. It's getting rough out there. I don't think so. We meet again.
You've been following me.
You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
B&Bs.
You never heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
That's a female?
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Drebin to let you in on a few things.
This is where we get the lore for the B&B Corps.
The B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate.
Old, huh?
That's not cool.
Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into beasts.
War transforms us.
deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, the master of mimicry, the Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah, there used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus, Raven, Wolf, Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snakehound unit, and they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Drebin. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system.
Oh, here we go.
Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You can say patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
What the hell are these Patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and law that Americans invoke so often.
The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy. Which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning. But now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots' AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs.
from the outside. But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
All right. So now we know how the AIs work. They're all part of the system. Everything is kept under control. Dog! Yeah, essentially, GW was like part of the AI system in MGS2. I don't think they mention if Emma played any part in the rest of the AIs. But there's no way to break into them. It is completely impossible, foolproof. Except, of course, for the one thing that could break in. But we'll find out. We'll find out about that later. Those guinea pigs. Let's see. There's a really good path to get through this one section. And I always forget if we go all the way up or if we go to the right first. But we'll find out. Hey, it's hydraulics. PC? No, this is all on original hardware. I've got my PS3, like,
I am right.
off to the side here.
Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku.
Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer. But Jack just avoided him. I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it. To move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, Snake.
So yeah, that whole spiel at the end of MGS2, like, Rose, I'm gonna be there for you, just kind of got thrown out the window. But yeah, PS3 controller. I would not be using this if I had a choice, believe me. Awesome, I have it on PS3, but it looks choppy for some reason on my monitor. I downloaded it on PC and it's in 4K, so I might play it through on PC first, then PS3. Looks crisp on your PlayStation. Rose was always shady. I fully agree with that. I am streaming this in 720, so maybe that's why. If my internet was any better, it'd be in 1080. But I'm also upscaling this on an M Classic, I think it's called. So I think it is in 1080. But yeah, I played it on the emulator on 4K resolution. It is kind of cool. I just wish the emulator could work a little bit better, you know? But if we get this game in Volume 2, hopefully that won't be a problem for the future. But yeah, I would say if you can play it on original hardware first, I would say that's most advisable, since it is locked to 720, 30 frames per second most of the time. Having that nice performance boost on PC kind of ruins the experience if you go backwards. But yeah, that's just what I think. Solid Snake deserves more games like Liquid and not just MGS2. Oh well. The funny thing is about that we haven't gotten Liquid in any other game with better graphics. You know, apart from Twin Snakes, but we don't talk about that. So anytime Liquid comes up in this game, it's like very pixelated PS1 graphics. But yeah, I agree. We should have gotten, like, maybe something small. Maybe even a DLC for... Well... I was gonna say DLC for MGS2, but I guess when it got released, there was no infrastructure for that at the time. But yeah, it would be nice if we saw more of Liquid and Solidus. And I guess by that extent, more Solid. Because we've seen Snake since the first Metal Gear. But in terms of, like, real 3D graphics, we have MGS1, where he's all... Actually... We've got... MGS1 Snake, where he's all pixelated. And then we've got MGS2 Snake, where he looks a little bit better. And then we just have MGS4 Snake, where he's all old. So only really 3 games where we can appreciate his sculpture, I guess. So that would be cool. Volume 2 is highly anticipated. They did great with Volume 1.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably gonna use it to bust
yeah,
their way
I would
into the mansion.
I would argue
Might get you inside the compound.
that Volume 1 still has some kinks to iron out in terms of performance and whatnot. But for the most part, like, the fact that I can play MGS1 on PC just running on hardware and not on software being emulated, I think is really awesome. And apart from, you know, those graphical issues, I do think they did well. And including Snake's Revenge was definitely not something I thought they would do. So you gotta give credit where credit is due. Oh! I am the master of disguise. Oh, man.
Understood. Stand by. Sending reinforcements now.
Slam people at 50 miles an hour. Okay, our psych is still up. Last year I showcased this feature to Akari. He's my real life friend. Let's see, how do I... There we go. Akina. Yeah, bring down that stress level. And his health actually is regenerating pretty fast. We're gonna need it for this boss fight. Oh, I almost forgot. Phil Lamar also voices Bail Organa and Kit Fisto in Star Wars The Clone Wars. I think I found that out. Like a month ago, and I forgot about it. Yeah, I just watched the Mon Cala arc in The Clone Wars, I think it's called. And I was like, his voice sounds familiar, and I looked it up, and what? Phil Lamar's in this too? Rosemary out of people... Rosemary out of all people, whoa! Yeah, you would think after what happened in MGS2, the Colonel and Rosemary would kind of like stay as far away as possible from each other. But Kojima willed it. So you already know he's got something planned, right? The MGS2 Snake looks like Big Boss in the Delta trailer, ha ha ha. Oh, you know what? He does actually, kinda. You know, grow out the beard a little bit. Huh. That makes me wonder, do you think they might have based it off an older model? I don't see why not, right? They have all the models just laying around. I think it would make sense that they would pull out an asset they just have laying about and kind of rework the shape a little bit. But yeah, I didn't notice it until you pointed it out. That's kind of crazy. Ein, do you remember what day it is tomorrow? Oh no. Is it April 30th? What's your top 5 Metal Gear games? Mine's are 1 MGS2, 2 Peace Walker, 3 MGS3, 4 Rising, and 5 the Phantom Pain. Fury! And also, who would have known that Sokolov was in another game too? That's the thing, right? Is Sokolov really in Portable Ops? Or is that retconned? We're gonna be here for a while looking at the cutscene. So I'll get these. I'll try and catch up as much as possible. Top 5. 1 is definitely Peace Walker. 2 is this game. 3. I think 3 would be Phantom Pain. 4 would be MGS3, and then 5 would be MGS2. I think is how the order I like. That's the order that I kind of liked the games in. But yeah. Despite Ground Zeroes being very short, are you still gonna play it? Yes. I'm not sure. Actually, I am sure. The Ground Zeroes mission itself is like 20 minutes long, if you know what you're doing. So I'm gonna try and fit in as much of the other missions as possible. Definitely gonna be doing Deja Vu, Jami Vu, I think is how you say it. And depending on how long the stream is, we'll fit in those extra missions. But yeah, I think Ground Zeroes and Phantom Pain are on separate days, and I only really play the first mission for Phantom Pain, since I think that's a game everyone should play. So yeah, let's continue. We're gonna be here for a long cutscene, and a long pre-boss fight, and then my favorite. Did I just read that? Just wasted $20 on Raiden in Fortnite worth?
Yes.
Is he in the item shop now?
We'll need another go at it.
Depends how much you like Raiden.
That won't be a problem. Yes. I've taken care of it. Yes, I understand, but
Oh wow, he is. Oh, I definitely gotta pick up Raiden.
yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well. I know. Me too. Until then.
Naomi.
Snake. I knew you'd come. You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. Haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years? And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Why?
I thought he'd be the only one able to open the mail I sent. Not many people could recognize 4D sound data in a Soliton radar file. How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses.
What?
The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses, in other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind, the nanomachines exact a heavy burden on his heart. The user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down.
We played all those games.
Ordinarily, our hearts are hardened through experience. Even the most grizzled veterans live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit through the years. And even then, it never truly goes away. For a mind lacking that essential experience, it was simply too much to bear.
I assure you, viewer, this angle is very necessary to the story.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up. Oh my God. Snake.
All right, let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation of nanomachines?
The ones you stuck me with at Moses.
Yes. The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them
That's another retcon.
And excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. Not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox die too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease or faulty research or Fox die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
So here we get confirmation that the reason that Snake is old now is not because there's some problem that he got. He's old because he was made that way. born this way. Lady Gaga's in the item shop, so that's a nice little callback. I've been looking at the Fortnite wiki like every single day, like no joke, to see if Raiden is back in the item shop. And I didn't check today. So thank you, Greñas, for letting me know. Like I said, it's only a waste if you think it is. Every microtransaction in a digital shop is technically a waste of money. So just keep that in mind. This isn't a physical Raiden. Otherwise I'd be like, yeah, that's totally worth it. But depending how long the stream goes, or how long the act is, I may need to include just booting up Fortnite and buying it.
The truth, Naomi. How long is my body gonna hold out?
Your cells, blood, organs, nerves, skeletal system, muscle tissue. Every part of your body is aging rapidly. An ordinary man wouldn't even be standing by now. Snake, the only thing keeping you together is the strength of your will.
How long do I have?
Half a year. Don't. Snake. There's
very
something
necessary to the plot.
Now what?
You and I both know your body is approaching its limit. But when I said half a year, I wasn't talking about your lifespan.
What do you mean?
We can't get rid of the fox dye in your body completely. At this point, it's circulating within you like a normal virus.
Yeah, so?
Listen to me. Fox dye only kills its victims when the infected person's genetic code fully matches the genetic sequence programmed into the virus's receptors. In other words, it only attacks targets with specific genes.
I know. That's what killed the AT president. And Liquid.
Yes. And at the same time, it's set up to protect those not designated as targets from the virus's harmful effects. Here. I'll show you. The receptors on the fox dye inside your body are breaking down. The rapid aging process is changing the environment within your body. As a result, the virus is starting to mutate. The viruses on the left are fox dye in its original form. The ones on the right I took from your body. They're already mutated. The receptors, they're wearing down.
Meaning?
This mutated version of fox dye could activate even if the infected person's genetic pattern doesn't perfectly match the receptors. Which means the virus is becoming indiscriminate about what type of target it kills. Ever since Shadow Moses, fox dye has been breeding continuously in the nanomachine colony inside your body and dispersing into the air. But there are no more targets to attack, so there haven't been any more outbreaks. However, if the receptors continue to wear down, it'll become a killer virus that attacks untold numbers of victims.
What if we kill them all? Remove them from the body?
There are no antibodies either. I don't know what percentage of the receptors have to break down, or how many people will be targeted when that happens. But what is certain is that people will begin to catch Foxdie through airborne transmission. It'll start with those closest to you. Then, one by one, they'll lose their lives. The part of the virus that distinguishes between individuals will start to break down in about...
half a year.
No. 3 months at the most.
3 months?
Ironic, isn't it? You've spent your entire life saving the world from Metal Gear, from nuclear annihilation. And now, you're becoming a doomsday device yourself. I can't predict exactly how devastating the epidemic will be. Whether just 1% of the human race could unlock the broken receptors, or whether we all can. In either case, 3 months from now, you'll be a walking biological weapon. If it were up to me, you'd be quarantined already.
It's not over yet.
I know. You still have a job to do. You have 3 months. Still enough time to think once all of this is done with.
And if I choose death first, will that stop Foxdie from spreading?
When the host dies, the virus dies with it. Snake, tell me one more thing. Have you been to a hospital lately?
Yeah.
While you were there, did they give you an injection?
Don't they always?
Take a look at this. These came out of your body as well. It's a new strain of Foxdie, one I've never seen. Someone must have put them in you recently. Do you have any idea who?
Him.
The new Foxdie strain is starting to multiply rapidly.
What's in it?
I can't say for sure. I'll need to do some more tests. Here, take this. It contains the same substance the soldiers' nanomachines secrete inside their bodies. It's a drug that inhibits the nanomachine's ability to regulate the senses. The nanomachines inside the body malfunction when the system interferes with them. It triggers a reaction in the body, which is why you're having the seizures. Give yourself a shot whenever they get bad. It's potent, so use it sparingly, unless you want to end up an invalid. It may restore your psyche for a short while, but use it too often and the amount restored will start to decrease. I've been a fool. I let myself drown in my nanomachines, and now I'm trapped by them.
You said yourself we mustn't allow ourselves to be chained to fate.
I can't slip free.
Then I'll free us both.
Where's Liquid?
I can't tell you yet. Not until you free me.
Do you even know?
Liquid left here last night.
Where was he headed?
Those are my terms. I can't leave this place of my own will.
What are you talking about?
I'm being watched. Liquid has altered his plan. Removing the system will only cause his army to collapse from within. So he's chosen to seize control instead. Liquid's objective is to hijack the SOP system. He'll use it to create the ultimate army of perfect soldiers and launch his insurrection against the Patriots. There's a name for his new plan. He calls it Guns of the Patriots.
Oh, they said it!
Guns of the Patriots.
This place isn't safe. Come with us. This way.
Octo camo.
Come on! Laugh when you can! There's no escape from here! Laugh yourself to death!
And here we go.
You're
All right.
surrounded, Snake. You'll have to break through to go after Naomi.
I think we have to go here. Listen, I know all the tricks to beating these sections. Just because I've played it so much. No, we need the satchels, not the mines. What else do we need? We need the rifle for this. We need the smokes. And, we're gonna have to change this out for the camera. Okay. Okay! Yeah, I think you stand right here? Or something? Yeah, it is, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's start smoking. Unless I did this wrong, I think this is gonna go. Oh! I think this is gonna go more or less the way I think it is. Oh boy. Unless I was supposed to put them over there. So I guess I don't really know the tricks. Yeah, they're not breaking through here. Yeah, this isn't going the way I think it is. Okay. It doesn't really matter.
It's the enemy!
Oh! There's a trick to this, and I always forget if it's... if you put down the satchels on that corner, or if you put them down in this one. But, I guess I'll figure it out for next year. Whatever. Where were we? Oh, I guess I died.
Come in, Snake. What happened?
First death of the stream. First death of this game in general. Let's try that again. What if I put the satchels right here and...
You're surrounded, Snake.
And I go up against the window. I think that's how it's supposed to be. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Start smoking.
I smell cigarette smoke.
Yeah, okay. We were supposed to put them here. So I got confused by one door. Or I should say one room. Okay, and now we can stop smoking because they're just gonna drop down through the ceiling. There we were. Then again, the comics... Then again, there's the comics, so I'm gonna check them out to see more about Solidus Snake in those MGS comics. The comics are pretty cool. I watched them a long time ago. And by a long time ago, I mean during quarantine. Very interesting. They kind of delve deeper into the happenings of those games. I won't spoil much, but I really like the... Yeah, there we go, see? Alert went away, so that means we're good to go. Alright, we're good to go. My favorite is the Psycho Mantis from the first digital comic. That whole section was pretty cool. And I think the second digital comic explains something. Oh, that's right. At the very beginning of the second digital comic, it's Raiden in the Shadow Moses VR training. So I think that's where most people get the theory that Twin Snakes is the Raiden VR training. I like that theory a lot, but the comics are really cool to watch. And of course, $20 on Raiden in Fortnite. Is Sokolov really in Portable Ops, or is it just a theory? A game theory! I still have to watch that final video, but it did appear in my recommendations. By the way, I already tried MGS Acid 1 and Acid 2. And well, they're turn-based games. I guess they're not that bad. They're fun to play if you're into turn-based games and stuff, and collecting cards. Alright. That's good to know. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, maybe next year I'll see if I can fit in Acid, but I have to play those eventually, so I might as well bite the bullet. Or maybe I'll do an extended thing or something, a bonus stream in these coming months. But after defeating the guards, is this where you fight Laughing Octopus? Question mark? We're about to find out. I think I was supposed to go through the right side, and it's immediate. There we go. Hey, you can't say that.
Laugh with me!
Laughing Octopus. No, you don't. If you defeat her beast form non-lethally, you get the figure. But, you know, since I already have it, don't really need to do that. But here we are, Laughing Octopus. Huh. Where could she be?
Just you try and find me.
There she is. Didn't we run into a boss fight or something kind of similar? But it's just kind of like hide and seek, which is kind of fun when most of the bosses just kind of attack you head on. There she is. This rifle is so goated. Definitely one of the best weapons in this game. Takes out the geckos, the bosses, like it's no problem. But you don't unlock it until after this act. And it's like 200,000 Drebin points or something. So it's kind of a grind to get access to it. But I think it's really worth it. Hey! Hey, there's a mannequin there. Okay. What's this one doing here? There's no stand? And I also think standing on this bed is the most optimal position to stand, I guess, for the boss fight. Because she usually drops in from this window and then disappears and stuff. Very optimized fight, I would say. Except for the whole hide and seek portion. That's all random. The Mark II.
Here, this way.
Otacon? Oops, that's the wrong button. Otacon, what are you doing?
Otacon, what's wrong? Why are you calling me over there?
Huh? What are you talking about? I didn't say anything.
It was you.
I'm telling you, I didn't call you. This is no time for jokes. You're supposed to be fighting Octopus. Come on.
Hey, Otacon.
Huh, so if that's not Otacon, that must be... I don't even want to know how she can form herself into the Mark II. Oh, yeah? Oh! That health bar matches up. And there's like no other... Yeah, this guard is, this frog is... That sounds bad. That soldier is unconscious, so... Just giving away all the tips for this fight. And you also can't shoot her until she pulls out the P90. So you always gotta wait for that.
Naomi? But why?
Help me. It hurts.
Naomi?
It's another mimic. Watch out, Snake.
Won't fool me. As a kid, I did not understand why she looked like Naomi. I was like, is Naomi actually Laughing Octopus this whole time? Oh, but it's just face camo. It took me a while to realize that. I miss MatPat already. I didn't know that. That's the first time I've seen that attack. And if I have seen it, I completely forgot about it. I miss MatPat already. It feels like it's been so long since he's been doing videos. Really? Hasn't it been like a week or something since that video? I guess he is kind of an OG. I'd like to point out, as a kid, I used to skip all the cutscenes, and one day, I was like, you know what? I usually skip the cutscenes. I want to watch what the story's actually about.
I am an octopus.
And that cutscene happened to be...
An 8-legged beast. These tentacles are beyond my control. Their will is the will of the battlefield. Funny. So funny. It's all so funny. No. It's not funny. Nothing is funny. I shouldn't be laughing. I can't. The truth is, I'm not laughing. Not laughing at all. I shouldn't be laughing. I'm scared. I'm really scared. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So sorry I laughed. I'm sorry. I won't laugh anymore. I can't. I don't want to.
Snake, she's shed her suit.
Huh. I think I could fix her.
Next. Watch out.
We're gonna run around here for a little bit. And, see what happens. But, Beauty and the Beast. I think it's a very appropriate name. Let me pull out all the facts about these boss fights. Let's see. All the... Now, we're gonna hear some terrible things in the background, by the way, during all this. All the beauties are actual models. Like, in real life, they're modeled after real people. Which is something that they're gonna have to figure out the license for if they include this game in Volume 2. Not to mention, you know, the iPod registered trademark. That's another license thing. All the PS3 stuff, the mention of it. The mechanics, like, whenever Snake's camo changes, it's because I'm shaking the controller, because if you shake the 6-axis, his camo returns to default. So that's another thing they're gonna have to either implement or leave out. I mentioned this during the boss in MGS3. But originally Kojima wanted them all to be naked for this. And the rating board was like, we can't have that. So I guess the next best thing is to just have them wear skin-tight outfits. But the motion capture actors, I think, were actually, like, completely nude when they recorded that. Because that was still the plan. So, lots of different things related to the B&B core. And I think without them, I mean, they're a pretty integral part to the story. They are like the boss fights. And of course, you know, all of them use names and weapons and stuff related to the other bosses from the past. Like, Laughing Octopus being the amalgamation of Solidus and, And let me remove the face cam here for a sec. The amalgamation of Solidus and Decoy Octopus. So there we go. This is the photo room. Don't ask me why this is in the game. Cause I don't know. Then again, this is a Kojima game. But we have 2 minutes. If you pull out the camera, they'll like pose for you and stuff. Which I would think is a reference to the fact that they are actual models. They did do actual photo shoots for this game. But that tune is his mind control music. Okay, that's enough. I'm not actually sure if this music is copyright, so I'm gonna have a fun time editing the VOD. This is like one of my Japanese animes. Face camo.
Yo, Snake.
And now we get the whole info dump about her backstory.
What do you want? That's cold, man. And here I was about to tell my very best customer about face camo.
Face camo?
That camo skull cap you just picked up from Tentacle's shell. It utilizes the same kind of technology as your octo camo suit. Using the two together can get you even better results. I'd hang on to it if I was you.
Doesn't fit. It's not my size or shape.
Yeah, looks like it could use a bit of tailoring before you can sport it. Not my line of work, but... Ain't you got a buddy who specializes in that kind of thing?
Somebody's done their homework.
Hey, it's my job.
Is that the real reason you injected me with those nanomachines? To spy on me?
I prefer the term customer data management myself.
Driven.
Relax. It's strictly confidential. I ain't gonna share it with anybody.
Then what did you mix a virus in with the nanomachines for?
Virus?
A certain virus was detected in my body. Are you saying it wasn't in the nanomachines you injected?
Look, you do know there are other folks who could have done this to you. And besides, what would I gain from infecting you? Better for me that you're out there kicking ass on the battlefield. I was watching you, Snake. You're a real piece of work. Never thought
You
I'd
were
meet the
watching
man
that?
who could take down Laughing Octopus single-handedly.
Good thing I didn't take that
Kept
photo
on
then.
laughing. Now why do you suppose that is?
Something in her past.
I really feel like skipping this.
She's from a village in
because it's gonna take a while.
little seaside hamlet known to all the locals as the Devil's
But I'll probably just talk over it.
Place wasn't known for devils, though. It was known for octopus.
Let's see.
See, this was one of the few places in Europe.
Have you ever been into Yu-Gi-Oh or Pokemon before?
Anyway, there's this cult of crazies who, for some reason,
There was a brief period in my time.
Then, when she
A brief period in time of my life that I was into Yu-Gi-Oh.
Some weapons and attacked the village.
But that was around like elementary school. And it was only because my other friends, or I wouldn't say they were friends exactly, more like acquaintances, were into it. And I felt like fitting in. So I bought some Yu-Gi-Oh cards, but I never used them.
After they made a torch,
and I've never had a Nintendo console, so I've never really got into Pokemon. I do have Pikachu.
Howl like some sort of demon.
I do have Pikachu back here, keeping the couch warm.
They'd kill her too. So she let fear
but
take control and did exactly as
I only have that because I thought it would be funny to buy a huge Pikachu and not be into Pokemon.
Laughed while she did it, and as she bathed in their blood, it gradually turned from deep red.
Never really got into
black.
it.
To her, it looked like
that rifle looks like an RPG or bazooka.
The experience scarred her deep. Ever since
It really
then,
does.
She hasn't stopped laughing.
I think it's an actual gun.
That ain't really laughter.
Like a real life gun.
You expect me to feel sorry for her?
And
no.
It really does look.
I know you got no room for that
it really
stuff
does
in
look
your world.
that huge,
besides,
that massive. It's like an anti-tank rifle.
Right.
It's like ridiculous.
In a way, though, I guess it was the right
Kojima sure loves to show interesting parts for the story, doesn't he?
All right, enough chit chat. There's other beasts.
Yeah,
out there
I
in
would
the
agree.
woods. Watch your back.
But that's why we love them, right? What kind of man would he be if he didn't stay true to his vision? The man is a visionary, and he's not afraid. He's not afraid anymore. He's not afraid to take creative liberties, let's say, with his games. If only we were so lucky. Beauty and the Beast really are kind of like the Cobras with emotion carrying on battle. Except that the Beauty and the Beast had no choice. Yeah. Big Boss was always more of the tracker.
Snake, have you lost sight of the target? Whenever something moves, it leaves a trail behind. Track and find Naomi's trail.
I'm not like Big Boss. Tracking isn't my strongest suit. When did you get so good at it?
After saving Sonny, I drifted around the globe. In Alaska, a tribal elder taught me some scouting techniques.
Drifted? You never went back to see Rose?
Rose? She doesn't exist. No. Rose and I live in different worlds, different times. Her world has no place for someone like me. My place is here on the battlefield.
Huh.
Listen, Snake. Scouting is based on the principles of hunting. There are two fundamentals: awareness and tracking.
Awareness?
Awareness refers to locating a trail by paying careful attention to your surroundings. Tracking means to follow that trail. Your target's trail could be footprints, a branch they broke along the way, bent grass trampled underfoot. You need to feel for clues using all your senses: sound, smell, touch, the direction of the wind. Watch how the animals move. Listen for unusual bird calls. These are signs that someone may be disrupting the environment nearby.
You sound like a ninja.
Exactly. Ninja are the ultimate scouts. If your enemy is a skilled scout, they'll be doing the same thing. You may be the hunter, but you are also the hunted. To avoid enemy detection, move slowly, little by little. Don't disturb the air around you. Try to make as little noise as possible. Your pursuers will be doing the same, trying to sneak up on you without a sound. If you can't pick up the trail with your naked eye, switch the solid eye to infrared mode. That will enable you to see Naomi's footprints and any enemies lying in ambush.
Switch the solid eye to infrared. Got it.
But the sound it makes while engaged could end up giving your position away. So don't leave it on for too long.
All right.
Listen to your heart. Trust your senses as much as you can. And you will find Naomi's trail.
I'll give it a shot.
Present day. Present time.
Follow Naomi's trail and find out where they come from. Watch out, though. You might run into a few holdups along the way.
Let's get rid of this. Don't need the iPod anymore. Don't need any of this stuff, actually. There we go. But now we have to actually follow Naomi and all the soldiers escorting her. And you can tell because she was wearing heels. So you just follow that, and we should find Naomi. This is like one of my Japanese animes. I thought you were gonna take a picture. Picture perfect. Oh man, I really should have taken a picture. To commemorate the stream. Right. For that. Solid Snake. You were watching? But anyways, I gotta go. Take care, man. It's time to duel. Kind of funny to see them dance to those Japanese songs. Yeah. It is kind of like an Easter egg. But you gotta wonder, like, did they do that on their own, or were they told to dance like that, you know? That's a meme. But yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for stopping by. We're right near the end of the act, so I think I'm gonna continue just to finish it off. Because we've got this section.
Snake, the trail splits up into multiple
the boxes.
Look closely at the footprints.
I know this trail by heart. But we've got this section, we've got more cutscenes. We've got a section
Looks like they split up
on
here.
top of Drebin's tank. And then more cutscenes, and that's the end of the act. So I think I'm gonna finish up that.
Think that could be Naomi's?
And that'll be the end of the stream. Just so that tomorrow we can start off with the act that I hate the most.
He's here. I can smell him.
Because we're gonna need that extra time. But yeah, it is kind of late.
Who was that?
Oh, here we go. All right. What we're about to see might be disturbing to some viewers.
Something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me. And when I came to, I was home.
Okay, let's pretend that didn't happen.
Huh? That's weird. Naomi's shoe prints just vanish. But just hers.
Okay. This is the way. I get confused at this one part. And we need to go this way. There's like a whole audio thing in the iPod. Now that I remember. There's a podcast that you could download as DLC back when the servers for this game were up. And I listen to it sometimes when I'm playing. Because I have yet to listen to the whole thing. But they kind of walk you through the entire area and like point out little design decisions and stuff like that. Easter eggs that you wouldn't normally
We're under attack!
thing to look at.
They must have gone separate ways here.
Separate ways? Resident Evil reference? So that's another cool thing that they did with this game. And only Kojima knows if they dance either on their will or if they were being told to. I wish I knew. Yeah. Some things are better left unknown, I guess.
You need to look at more than just the shape of the foot.
Yes, I get it. I get it, Raiden. Thank you. Which means I'm going the wrong way. Yeah, more boxes.
Who's there?
There we go. That's where she is. There's another guy up here. Good luck in the game. Thank you. I'm really gonna need it for this upcoming section.
What?
I think it is actually easier to go the wrong way here.
What's going on?
Because you, like, turn all the way around.
What?
Is it here? Oh, Baby Rock, yeah.
Wake up.
So this is the right way. I went the wrong way originally. But here we go.
More footprints now. Security's getting tighter. We could be getting...
That's the end of that section. Got some more cutscenes. And that should be the end. And then I'll probably just hop onto Fortnite real quick and buy Raiden. Because I've been checking every day. He was only available. Let's get that nice voice crack in there. He was only available for 4 days on the item shop. January 25th, 26th, 27th, and 28th. But apparently he's here now. So I can't let this opportunity slip through my fingers again. Granted, I don't really like Fortnite or really play it, but I can't let it go. Also knowing how often these items shift around in the shop. If I ever really get into Fortnite, I'll be glad that I picked up Raiden. Yeah, I'll be quiet now. I need to go pee anyways, so. It has been 4 hours and a half. So let me stretch while this cutscene plays. It is kind of a long one.
As you wish. We'll begin shortly. The go-ahead. Begin. We'll use his blood. It could get intense. Brace yourselves. Shots, all of you.
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking in half.
Need a lift?
Grabbing.
Get in already!
Nail me. Jump! Walk.
Make sure you get that Mark II in there.
Okay. Thanks.
What? Nano machine zombies. Machine? Send Bob's in.
Snake, I'm bringing the chopper to the other side of the market up ahead.
Nano machine, son.
You've got to make it to the market somehow. Snake.
Let us wear the metal camo. Yeah, okay. Always a good tip. If you're doing a no healing item run or something, metal camo is definitely the way to go. Oh, I don't think we can actually take down these guys. We just have to wait for Drebin to...
Powered suits are in our way.
Yeah, to drive past them.
Snake.
But,
Snake,
there are ways of downloading the DLC camos and stuff, even after the servers are down.
These guys don't seem to feel any pain. Small arms won't do you much good. A large caliber weapon ought to do the trick. Use the machine gun.
Yeah, there's no tranquilizing these guys. So we just gotta wait. But yeah, if you look it up, if you're really interested in the DLC stuff, there's a way to like change your DNS on the PS3. You'd like connect to a certain like IP or something. And some fans, some really dedicated fans have like their own emulated server or something. It might not be emulated, you know. Don't quote me on that. But you can still download the files from their server, and it works with the game. We actually do need the machine gun for this one. Machine gun! Gotta make sure not to hit the soldiers. Otherwise, you will actually kill them. Very useful for a no-kill run for the bandana.
Gecko will try to ram you. Don't let them get too close.
But yeah, I looked it up like a couple years ago during quarantine. Was surprised to find out you can still get them via a workaround. And I have them, so if you're really dedicated enough, if you have a PS3 and you want them, you can still get them. So that's nice to know. And on that note, I think there's a Metal Gear Solid. I think you can still play Metal Gear Online 2, which was the multiplayer aspect of this game. I've been meaning to try it out, but I think you can play it on emulator. There's like servers and stuff. There's a Discord for it. I wanted to stream it, actually, but the fact that I have to make sure the emulator's working and make sure the connection doesn't cut out for whatever reason, and the fact I have to learn all the controls and the mechanics and stuff again, and however they change them for the online portion, makes me really not want to play it, because I feel like I'd be a detriment to the team. But maybe we'll try it out someday. I think that would be a fun thing to do, given that I've never played the online for this game. Because yeah, this game came out in 2008? If I played it back then, when it was still a thing, I think I could have played it. I think online multiplayer used to be free for PlayStation back then. But by the time I got my PS3 and updated all the firmware and stuff, it has long since been dead. Been fed? It's been dead. So it'd be nice to relive, or I guess live, that history, since I never got a chance to experience it. Boom.
Almost there.
Yeah, we're almost there. So it would be cool. And that's the end of this section. We're one step closer to the end of the stream. Not that I want to finish it off or anything, like I'm rushing through. So we've got Raiden. So let me just be quiet here, and we can experience this together.
Come on, Naomi. Stay with me. Up you go.
That's kind of how I am when I think of a reference to something. I just be laughing to myself.
Raiden.
Go on, get out of here.
Can you move?
Yes. Let's go.
Here they come!
Snake. It's my turn to protect you.
Snake, I'm setting the chopper down at the market square. Hurry!
Get to the chopper, Snake! Man, my impressions are all over the place tonight. Come on! Get to the chopper, Snake! Alright, last section.
Ryden's keeping them busy. Now's your chance to make an escape. Snake, there's no time to take them quick. Just ignore it. Get out of there quick. I can see you. Just a little farther.
Is it right here? No.
Run!
Always make sure to duck to the left here and pick up those chaff grenades, those sweet, sweet chaff grenades. You only get like 6 of them in the entire playthrough. So that's very important for the Shadow Moses section.
I'm sorry. I'm a little busy right now.
Thank you.
Don't forget the Mark II.
Naomi, take care of this.
Oh, come on. Get us out of here.
Where's Ryden?
Still fighting. Ryden!
Yet again, our paths cross. You too, immortal.
No. I just don't fear death.
Could you be the one to finally finish me?
I always wondered how Vamp became part of Liquid's posse. Because up until MGS2, I guess, or I should say in MGS2, they kind of don't really interact. And after that game, Vamp is just kind of there in the background. So, how did he ever meet up with Liquid again? Do you think it was a Liquid-led thing? Like, hey, I think we should work together.
Boss, she got away.
And Vamp was like,
are you sure about this?
that seems like a good idea.
The test was a failure.
It's my best Vamp voice.
As I feared, it's not pure enough. We need all of him.
The PMCs we deployed have suffered brain damage. Nothing salvageable remains. Our only remaining option is to secure the original.
I know that. It's only a matter of time. We're working as fast as we can to find their hiding place. I need you here too, Vamp.
Hang in there.
Vamp. He's got to be immortal.
No, he's not immortal at all. It was my design that caused his body to be like that.
Huh? What do you mean?
The nanomachines in his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate. Someone took the basic nanomachine technology I once researched and perfected it. In a sense, I'm responsible for Vamp. It's one of my sins.
Does your body have the same nanomachines?
I brought a monster into this world. And I too am... Hold him down! He's losing too much blood.
Can you save him?
I don't know. He needs a blood transfusion. No, an infusion of artificial blood.
Snake, Ryan. Europe.
Go meet Big Mama.
And that's Act 2. Alright, only 4 hours, 35 minutes. Stream's been going for 5. So, where's that missing half an hour, huh? 1 death, 9 alerts, 0 kills, 3 recovery items, and 1,108 flashbacks with 40,150,075 driving points. Yeah, I would like to save. So after this, I guess, yeah, we're gonna skip the briefing. And I'll save right at the end, right at the beginning of Chapter 3? No, you know what? I'll just end it here, actually. So we can watch the Act 3 cutscene at the beginning of the stream. Since we just saved. Yeah, I kind of like that, actually.
Argon, boron, silicon, and neon, yttrium, fermium, plutonium, chlorine, fluorine, gallium, and xenon, thallium, strontium.
2 yolks and 1 egg. That actually reminds me.
Is to keep the lid on.
I was making eggs the other day, like last week, and I was breaking them into the pan. And I was opening them, right? I opened one and it was dripping down and I was like, "Oh. Whoa. What's wrong with this one?" And I look at it and it's like all red. It's like all bloody.
When it turns out good, it means something good is gonna happen.
And it was like the last egg in the carton.
So
like I went through all of them, and the last one I ended up cracking was the one that was all bloody. So yeah, that kind of turned me off from eggs for a while. I think I'm all good now, but definitely a jump scare for a second there. But yeah. I think that's going to be the end of the stream. Thank you for watching. We're going to watch this next stream, so I'll just skip through all of it. Or, we're not going to watch this, but we're going to watch the... we're going to watch the beginning of the act. But something I just noticed is that it still says 19? Does that mean that this is my 19th playthrough? Or does it only go up to 19? I don't know. We'll find out. Anyways, Act 3, Third Son, is what we will continue with tomorrow. I'm really tired. Luckily, I'm not hungry, because I ate during the stream. But hopefully, I can finish up my work tomorrow early. So we can have time to play this. I would really like that. But just like last year, yeah. 5 hours took me to get up to this point. And that is with the death. That is with the showcase of the beauty photo shoot. So it makes me wonder, what did I do last year that really took up a lot of time? Actually, I showed the entire briefing. Maybe that's what. Is that really a huge time sink? Anyways, thank you for watching. Hopefully my PS3 does not die between now and the time Volume 2 comes out, so I can continue playing this game. But we shall see. Thank you for watching. Like, follow, subscribe if that's your sort of thing. And I'll see you next time. Peace.